Alrighty. Let's get going. Hey! Boop. First up, I want to show an upcoming demo game. Hello and welcome to the Blobber checks out the demo for Nova Patria, a steampunk Roman-themed city builder, supposedly. This demo provides a first taste of Nova Patria. Build, expand, and see how far your colony can grow. With the full game, there will be generated worlds with advanced options, colonies without a 7-year time limit, more technologies, late-game buildings, unique goals, and perks for future colonies. In this demo, every colony you build leaves a mark. Your records are tracked between games. Push further each run and carve your place in history. Records: 0 pop, wealth, 20x, text discovered 9 larger cities, blah. Must have access to fresh water. Establish your town. Behold, governor, no Roman colony stands without its capital and harbour. Place a city centre and merchant dock to begin your dominion. So presumably down here? Oh no, anywhere along these two edges. I like the idea of being on the river. Is there another river? Yeah, there are several other rivers to work with. Could be here. Could be there. Let's go there. Adoramus. Your first city centre is the heart of your domain, and a merchant dock will give it a pulse. Build them and prosper. Oh, I see. Okay. Welcome to the demo. The window can be moved on screen and closed out. Brought back to where you left off. Access the tutorial anytime by pressing the question mark button. In addition, you'll see the tutorial goals listed in the top right of the screen. Hover each goal for a detailed breakdown, and complete them to learn the basics of the game, bless me. This demo also tracks your progress. Press the blur button at the bottom right to begin. With your city centre and merchant dock built, unpause time to start the simulation. Ships will deliver imports to your merchant dock on the first Monday of each month. In this alternate history setting, months have 4 weeks and follow a 13-month calendar. A 13-month calendar? By default, merchant docks import fish, lumber, and cement. Click the merchant dock to view its info window, showing imports, exports, and storage. Fish sustains your citizens. Lumber and cement are essential for construction. Okay. Unpause time and then construct a fishing dock. Resources stored in your merchant dock will automatically be distributed to locations that need them within the building's range. Hover over a building to view its range. Access the heat map menu and select Resource Range to visualize the range of all merchant docks and warehouses across the colony. Okay, so this thing in the top left. Resource range. Maybe like that? No, it wants me to select this one. Alright. Sure. In addition to construction materials, buildings require access to fresh water. Fresh water is provided by rivers, lakes, and springs. Select fresh water access in the heat map. Springs are scattered across the map on tiles between plains and hills, and sometimes form rivers that feed into lakes or the ocean. Freshwater tiles can be expanded using aqueducts and fountains, which will be explained later. Buildings can be constructed from the construction toolbar at the bottom, organized into categories. Some buildings may have requirements beyond fresh water. They're displayed in the tooltip. Build a fishing dock early to support your growing population. Okay. Economy fishing dock. Once a construction site receives the required construction resources, the building's construction will begin. The construction toolbar also includes tools for building infrastructure such as roads and aqueducts. A road across the river to our new fishing thing seems sensible. Industry buildings, like fishing docks, produce resources, either independently or by consuming others. Fish is the simplest production chain, requiring only a fishing dock. Click on a house in your city and view its resource needs and storage. Consumes fish. Second set of housing, you say? As your cities grow, they will attract higher tier houses, up to tier 5. These require more complex resources. Tier 2 houses need more than fish. In addition to flour, which is produced by windmills that require wheat from wheat farms. Each house built unlocks a building slot, allowing an additional building to be constructed within the city's borders. The city's population grows when all houses have their desired resources stockpiled, and an equal number of buildings are constructed. The population represents the number of houses that can occupy the city and defines its borders. When a city's population can sustain it, houses will grow automatically. New cities can be established by constructing city centers. From the network menu in the construction toolbar, build aqueducts to expand freshwater access to the tiles without it. Click once on a valid starting location, a high elevation in a spring tile, then click again on the map to set the endpoint. Once the aqueduct is constructed, fresh water will be provided to the tiles surrounding the endpoint. A fountain can be built at the endpoint to double the number of tiles supplied with fresh water. Roads are similarly constructed and provide a significant speed boost to resources travelling on their own locally. When merchant docks and warehouses are connected to each other by a road, they create an automated trade route where vehicles move resources beyond their normal range. By selecting which resources each warehouse should prioritize from importing and exporting, traders will automatically choose the best routes to move goods from one location to another. You can unlock vehicles to help this in the tech tree. Merchant docks function similarly to a warehouse by storing resources for local trade. However, by toggling buttons underneath the resource selector, they can also be configured for import or export overseas. Ships will visit at regular intervals to trade, as long as the player has selected exports available to sell or denarii to purchase selected imports. To unlock new technologies, construct a monastery. Monasteries produce research points every day, modified by popular donation and imperial donation. Populous donation is based on how many higher tier houses you have. Imperial donation is set manually, representing how much you invest daily. It will increase research speed, but with diminishing returns. Select a tech to begin research. Techs provide powerful bonuses, such as improved logistics, enhanced production, new buildings, and access to advanced transport. Revenue. Taxes. Houses generate income, with higher tier houses paying more. Undersupplied houses provide only 25 or 50% of their tax value, depending on how undersupplied they are. Exports. Resources sold overseas from merchant docks. Scrap. Resources with no destination are sold for a quarter of their value. Mint. Mining gold for mint production provides an immediate boost of denarii. Expenses. City upkeep. Citizens add a fixed upkeep cost. Imports. Resources imported from overseas and monastery upkeep. Manage imports, exports, and house supply efficiently to grow your wealth while controlling expenses. Hover over the wealth UI in the top left for a detailed breakdown. Sure, but that's way too tiny, game. Okay. So we are taxing, but because we're importing stuff, we have a net loss at the moment. Sure. Forge your legacy. Your colony's progress in this demo will be measured across 5 records. Pop, wealth, tech, how many cities, biggest single city population. Push these as high as you can within 7 years. In the full game, you'll choose unique goals each playthrough. Completing them will unlock perks to carry into future colonies. Okay. Why have you made men like the fish of the sea, like creeping Thenos without a ruler over them? Oh no, creeping things, sorry. Hey LVGF. Yeah, Roman steampunk, supposedly. Although that boat looks more paddle-powered than steampunk. At least for now. Establish a local trade route. Connect warehouses and merchant docks with roads to establish trade routes. Click a warehouse or merchant dock to open its window. Connection information can be found at the bottom of the window. When storage buildings are connected and have matching imports-exports, they automatically create trade routes with transport vehicles. These trade routes can move resources beyond their typical range. Okay, we're currently producing more fish than we... How do I tell if we're importing or exporting? Okay, balanced trade. Import only, export only. Export fish to overseas, yes. But cement and lumber we currently yoink. Sure. I can't even read that one, the color is so dark. Okay, logs. Coal, iron, and steel. Produces cement from limestone. So nowhere has limestone? There's stone. Okay, let's try this wheat farm. Sure, and can we make timber? A logging camp. Needs trees. Must have more population or housing. Okay, then let's let time continue to pass. We must build additional pillars. Yeah, and g'day, Salah. Okay, produces wheat. And then do we need a flour mill? I guess we're meant to have a... No, everything just says want more housing. It really feels odd that left and right click, neither of them undoes this building. That's a weird UI choice. I guess a second fishing dock? Or not? mean, all our houses seem to have the things they want. No, now it's changed. Now it must be built on a hill. Must have access to fresh water. Must be built inside a city. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have built. No, there doesn't seem to be any raw meat anywhere. This seems kind of useless. But we can have our logging camp now. Look, I'd make you flour if I was allowed to. But apparently I'm not allowed to make flour. Okay, now we're making our own logs. Yeah, I really hate the choice for not having right-click be unselect the thing that you've currently got open. That's just a terrible choice. Okay, produces logs. Needs more population. I mean, I'm not allowed to build a warehouse to do the next thing that it wants me to do. I was told that it would automatically build more houses when it's allowed. And it does look like we're exporting some of the fish. It seems like they want another road there. We've turned the economy around in terms of we're positive now. Because we're scrapping the spare wheat and wood, I think? Aquamotor. Oh lord, there's a whole bunch of stuff that it didn't make clear that exists. Okay. So why aren't my crappy houses upgrading? Tier 2 houses need more fish, in addition to flour, which is produced by windmills. That requires wheat from wheat farms. So I'm just screwed because my starting city wasn't also in range of a hill? Seems to be the answer. All our houses have fish, but it's not making another one. No, so we're screwed because we didn't build a warehouse. I think. Because we can't import flour despite the fact that it says we should be able to import flour. Okay. Let's start this again. Now that we know what we know... Build a fishing dock. Sure. Must have more population. Yeah, decoy. Okay, let time pass. Time pass speedily. Fish exist. You should be happy that fish exist. Need to wait some more. Can do. There we go, second house exists. You'd gotten everyone to king rank in the last patch. Nomad adding flat damage to things is busted on quite a few units. Need more housing. But we have a second house now. You should be happy. Yeah, there we go. It is happy. Exist fishing dock. Let's make a bridge. How's the city building? It looks a bit too constrained. The little that we've played so far. But maybe that's just because you're meant to... Rather than clicking through the tutorial and reading it all, maybe you're meant to read thing, do thing, read thing, do thing, read thing, do thing, read thing, do thing. And so I suffered for reading it all rather than read thing, do thinging. So now fish should be export. Because now we should make enough fish. We should eat 2, yes, and produce 7. Check. Build a second city. Okay. Here? It would give us the hill access we want. Are they meant to be, like, overlapping? Are they meant to be separate? They didn't really tell us. You know what? We'll start a new city, find out how that works. You need a road. That kind of looks like a road out to there wouldn't be insane. A third house, so we should be able to have a third building here. We were told a warehouse would be a sane thing to do. Okay. It now has a house. And we're going to make this our wheat one, right? Presumably. Well, we could also investigate the warehouse thing that it talked about. So, where was the thing about warehousing? Blah, 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 blah. When they're connected to each other via road, they create automatic trade routes. By selecting which resource each warehouse should prioritize for importing and exporting in its info window, it will automatically happen. It can be improved by unlocking things in the tech tree. Okay, let's assume that you're going to eventually store wheat. Oh, sorry, flour. And for the moment, fish and lumber? Can I say nothing? Yes, we could. Oh god, it can be everything. Well, for the moment, that's fish. Fish and then flour. Will allow you to store flour. How do I thought I clicked the other one to no to make it a no. Maybe that's saying that we don't have it? No, it's still X. Maybe we can't because it's trying to empty the current thing. Check fresh water in the heat map menu. Sure, we can do that again. Ta-da, done. Construct an aqueduct. Check resource range in the heat map. I don't know that I really wanted to build an aqueduct when there's no need to. But okay, there. Aqueduct exists. Or at least it will exist. Check resource range in the heat map. Select local resource range option near the bottom left. Local resource range. This one. Okay. So this is our city's range of each other, sure. Change overseas imports. I like you having fish. Okay, like that maybe. Maybe it just wants me to fiddle with this. And yet, no. Construct a fountain. Fountains extend aqueducts' freshwater coverage to more tiles. Place it on an aqueduct-fed tile to supply water to the fountain's neighboring tiles. I think we have to wait for the aqueduct to finish for that one then. So let's just be patient. Okay, you exist. And now presumably we would like you to do some work. And we liked the idea of you making flour, friend. Not allowed yet. Is it because you're building the house still? Is it that the fish hasn't got here yet? Also, the aqueduct has killed our road. I assumed they would be able to live side by side with each other. This is not true. And makes me sad. Fine. What else can we have you do? So you've got warehouse, fishing. Could we start you doing logging? There would be better. And here would also be better, but it's not terrible there. Well, there we go. Our wheat farm now exists. We're going to want a road up to the top of the hill. And we were meant to make a fountain for this, so... Does that count as touching this? Who knows? That might need to all be aqueduct. Let's err on the side of caution. Just take a boat along the aqueduct. Okay, it says that they can have another thing now, and it has wheat. So let's do our flour mill. And then you should be allowed to have flour. And can we look at the water range map mode now? Yeah, the fountain provides a 3x3 space of water, but it also consumes one of those spaces. Okay, we will say no more importing this. Wheat exists. Wheat is being converted to flour. We make 7 fish, and in theory we should only consume 4. 5, 6. So I kind of could use another... Can I make a second fishing dock? No. Oh. Ooh, the house is upped. Can I give you a road to make your life a bit easier? Has fish. Has flour. Next it wants jerky. Pause. We need to say no more importing that, else we're going to run out of money. We also have an extra population now. And we use more fish than we have, so let's... Can I make another fishing dock? No, it would have to have been where this thing was. Or I guess over there? Or else I would have had to build the fountain in range of it? How can a game be Roman and steampunk? Alt history! Fry Heights. This is an alt history where Rome did not fall. Now, can you consume more than the other thing is... Yes. So you know what? A second wheat farm isn't crazy. But we are about to run out of money. You see neither Steam nor Punk? We haven't done any researchy type stuff. This now has more range in range, so I could make that lumber mill. So annoying that these have to be built adjacent to a river entrance. And I'm just going to have to bite the bullet because else we'll never get to have more fish. So there. And when that exists, we should be able to build another fishing thing there. Yeah, we're eating more fish than we make at the moment. Hurry up, aqueduct. Okay, now can we have the fishing? Yes. And that will solve that issue. Good. Produces 2 producing 8. Shouldn't it be 7? Maybe it's just that the other one hasn't updated yet? Yeah, the other one hasn't updated yet. So this is now 14. Thank you, Sharks. Welcome. This is now 14, and we consume 5 and 3. So we should definitely have an excess. We'll see if the wheat makes its way, or the flour makes its way here. Kind of seems like extra road like that would actually help. Okay, one house wants extra stuff to do. And what about over here? You also want an extra thing now. What about your wheat versus wheat consumption? Consumes just under 5. 4.6. Okay, so that's now about balanced. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. What else would we like you to do? I mean, in an ideal world, we could come across here and start doing timber. Or maybe hunting, because hunting was the next thing we were meant to do. So let's look. The trouble is I don't see anywhere that actually has raw meat. No, requires forest. Well, I don't know what counts as forest, and it isn't in this. I guess we'll find out. And the answer is this does not count as forest. Oh no, this wants more. Must have more housing. Is that true? Oh, we've got to wait for this house to finish building. Okay. Okay, new house exists. Maybe? Unless you're that one? No, you are that one. So we need to wait a little bit longer. Okay, now we have the extra worker, and we can try making that hunting lodge. Which does work. And then the hunting lodge is going to need a matching smokehouse. Not in range of lumber. That looks like it's in range. This shows as being in range. I think it's lying. And that this will become happy once that building exists. Stalled. Construction site doesn't have the required materials. Lumber. Lumber. Maybe I need to move the lumber to there? And then it will have range to there? Okay, there's lumber. And now there's lumber here. Is it going to make its way? It should make its way to there. Oh, each building has its own one. Okay. So this one could only reach to here, and this one can reach to there. So now that this has lumber, that should be able to get to there. Right. Stalled. There we go. Now it's happy. Alright. How's our flour consumption and production? Produces 4 flour, eats 1, consumes 2 flour. So flour in theory should be storing up. Definitely fish is storing up. This now makes meat. And now that this building is here, are you happy to let me build the smokehouse? No. Okay, it got bigger. And it's making a new house. And then I'll be able to have the smokehouse? Abandoned. Not connected to spring. Yes, you are. This should have water. This is high ground, and the aqueduct goes to here. What haven't I understood? Ah, well, for one, the cement can't reach you. Oh no, that cement should be able to get to you. And so should that lumber. So that shouldn't be holding you up. And what about you? You want more jobs. We don't need more fishing. I guess we could separate the... No, but I don't want to separate these two. I'd rather do the log chop here then. Well, or do we make this the resource get and this the processing? Maybe it's that one aqueduct can only have... No, but then that won't be allowed to exist, right? Yeah. So there's something I haven't understood about this. Why did this die when we extended this aqueduct? Speed up. Let's see if this building gets finished. I think these are coming to be this building. Yes. Okay, fancy house. Now, are you allowed an extra... Yes, you're allowed an extra work. Which means we will make you do wood chop. Not in range of cement. Okay, let's have a look at cement then. So we could put it here. Sure. And then you can now get 2 jobs. You can have a smokehouse. And then hopefully by the time that is done... Also, we're going to need to import this again. And possibly the logs. Good, there's the lumber. Smokehouse needs logs and raw meat. Well, here's the raw meat. It's complaining that it doesn't have logs, but the log thing is about to exist. Okay. Good. And then... these 2 are on their way. Woo, what's your problem? Consuming 5 fish, 4 wheat, 2 flour, possibly some jerky soon. Producing logs, flour, 4 flour. Okay, so we've almost run out of... like, our flour production is maybe too small now? Yes. Our new population exceeds our ability to enflower. So we kind of need another farming city? Maybe here? Or for these ones to grow bigger. Kind of like there. go. And then you will become an extra farming city. Let's look at them. You are currently building your next house, supposedly. Yes, this is being built. At which point you're going to get a wood into lumber thing, so I don't have to do lumber import. Yep, there we go. There. You make 2 per week. How much does this eat? Okay, so the ratio of this isn't 1 to 1. It's 2 to 1. We need another meat gatherer. Yeah, we need another meat gatherer. Anyway, the new one exists. And it needs a job. Holy moly, you eat a lot of logs. Seems more like you should do wheat then. Yeah. And that will mean this isn't actually undersupplied for wheat. Do these houses eat the raw wheat? Not as best I can tell. They either eat fish or finished flour. Your complaint is Jerky. Jerky's issue is that we don't have enough incoming animal. So maybe I make another city here that is basically animal? The trouble is that won't be in range of these things anymore. So I'd need to make a warehouse like here that could expand our range of cement and lumber. You also need more work here now. We've also about reached the point where our fish production meets... Yeah, so you need a fish thing again. There, have another fishing dock. You're getting your next house. That's fine. Your new thing was doing its job. Okay, you now exist happily, and we could have more here. You are going to become more wheat, and then I think we delete one of these wheats to become extra jerky. Oof. That should be fine. This lumber will get to there. And what's the ratio of you to you? We would need like 3 of these to meet you. Also, I should no longer need to import this. We should be able to work off our own lumber. You have started making another thing, and you need another building now. Because you have this even fancier house that now wants wine. Well, I don't think that's going to happen, friend. Still looks fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.6 meat. You... in theory need 7. So in theory you need another one. And you're ready for an extra one. So you know what? We're going to move even more wheat over to here. Sorry, you die. I'm sorry. Okay, it's taking time for you to grow. That's fine. And you need another... Hunt Lodge. And then you know what? We'll even give you Real Road. Aren't I generous? You need an extra job, but that's because that house is being built. Or at least it should be. This should be sending those out that way. There we go. So now I've got 2, 4, 6, essentially 7 meat production, and that's what this needs. Yeah. And as for logs, in theory 7, so you provide yes, and then this eats any excess. Although realistically we should have done this later and just continued importing them for now. Maybe it wanted us to change what a resource we say we're importing. So what if instead we now say... eject that only. Yeah, okay. That is now full, but now we have nothing to do with the rest of this, essentially. Okay, I am happy with that bit of learning. Let's give it another go from the start. Bit by bit we are learning. I still like here. No, I don't want to be there. I like over here. It wants you to play Star Resonance, throwing Twitch errors to force you to reload and show the same ad again and again. We don't need this anymore, thank you. What we do need is our merchant dock. Good. Yes, yes, yes. Let time pass. Speed up. A little paddle ship comes in and delivers us our fish. The house is now happy. Now, there's no reason, as far as I understand, not to immediately leap into second city production. As long as it's in range of this. So we could make one here and one here. Get going. We'll make our roads. Like that. Second house, which means we will now produce our own fish. How do I want this to work? I'm going to have an unpleasant number of bridges there, but oh well. Okay, these places are making their first houses. You are basically going to only be fish in this new universe. You exist, and you may now become more or less exclusively food. Wheat. You are going to need a road up the hill. The lack of a bridge here is slowing things down, but that's all being limited by our cement import at the moment. G'day, Amel. Welcome, welcome. There we go. That now exists. Okay, you need work to do, so you can have your mill. I'd actually need you to be one bigger. Well, poop. I guess we will allow you to have a small amount of local wheat while you grow. Meanwhile, this one, we were going to have you be exclusively fish. And you know what? I think that theory can still stay. Except now we would need an aqueduct for you, so... No. Try again. Like that. And then when that finishes, we can have a second fishing thing here. Now you should no longer need to import fish. Fish should be a thing that we no longer need to import, which means it should focus on doing these. Your second house now exists, so you can have an extra wheat farm. Your extra house almost exists, whereupon you'll be able to have the flour mill. There we go. Extra house exists. You may have your flour mill. That's all going to work fine. Then we should probably actually make our first warehouse. And it looks like the warehouse should, in theory, be just in range of you. So it should probably be somewhere like here. That exact square. But it needs to be in range of a current city. So we'll probably give it to you once your population goes up once more. Maybe this one? It could go there. There isn't terrible. Yeah, that's actually a fairly nice square. And it will just be in range. And then that can be what holds our cement and logs for this. And we could have like a lake. We could have a lakeside city as well, perhaps. You need another building. Okay. We were saying you were about to have our warehouse, so I guess it's going to be there. Done. And then its job is lumber and cement. You can have your extra fishing thing now. Beautiful. Yeah, we did need that extra fishing thing, because we're currently consuming 8. And in theory, this is being sold. Okay, and you are about to become not fish, but we will say yes to cement and timber. Actually, that might work the other way around. No, actually that looks like it's doing what we want. That now has timber. You've grown and now need extra stuff. So in theory we're making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 and a bit wheat. And in theory we eat 5, so that should be about right. Ah, but they're penaltied for being winter, you say? So really we need another. Well, once your extra house finishes, you can have extra wheat. It's a bit weird that you don't follow this path, but if you think that's quicker, who am I to argue? You need more jobs. Do we make another fishing? Also, I love the range on this wheat. It delivers in a huge area. Sure, why not? Even more fish. Even more to export. Okay, so you're happy. You say you need an extra job. You say you need an extra job. Apparently that makes 6, and in theory you can only eat 5, so that should store up. I shouldn't need to make an extra wheat farm. You don't currently count as... Oh, really? I didn't realize these would also need to be water adjacent in that way. Oh well. There. So that gives you the extra building you want. Although only one of them. Producing a spectacular amount of fish. Yeah. So much that we have as much to export as we could possibly dream of. You need an extra building. In theory, you should probably just be more farmland. And honestly, you will need fish. Yeah, I like that for the moment. And then we could make our other one and find out if we can do fishing on the coast of this lake, which I'm kind of interested in. Like there. Something like that. And then this one is going to be like exclusively meat. Meat and more fishing. Which is interesting, because this will then be able to not be fish again. Once this produces fish as well... So far you have 1, 2, 3, and you've started making an extra house. So we'll give you an extra meat make. Tick. Okay, and then these fish go to you, and we make one local fishery if we can. And then hope we can turn this off from being fish. You want an extra job. What, if any, job am I willing to give you? And we kind of have enough fish make. I guess we could have you do the meat processing in this square. Boom. That means we're going to need logs, though. Which will be able to happen as soon as you grow in a pop. Which is currently happening. Somewhere, I don't know where. Well, it said it was happening. In any case, you've now finished. And we can find out if this lets you do local fish. Yes. Unfortunately, it seems to still be eating fish, which is not what we really wanted. You can have an extra job, because you've got 1, 2... You've got the mill, 1 farm to match it, and then these 2, which is 4, but you want 5. These produce 2. This consumes 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, so it could use one more. Done. No, seriously, stop sending fish here. Nothing. No more fish. Fish go bye-bye. Fish no here. Okay, that looks fine. 2 houses are undersupplied. And we have the correct number of buildings to houses. You've got 3 food, 1 warehouse, and the new smokehouse. But the new smokehouse needs timber. Once that finishes, which it now has, you can produce timber. But you'll be slightly too far away. How frustrating. Only ever so slightly too far away. I suppose we could make this logs in the meantime. And this could be the way that we move the logs between them. Wonder why that square counts as... Like, it's not happy there, but this square counts as... Maybe because that is fresh water, so this corner counts as fresh water. Okay, and then once this exists... Oh god, it's the wrong thing. No. I'm sorry, I thought you were a logging camp. My bad. You will provide him with logs, he will provide him with logs, and then you will provide these 3 with fancy smokehouses. Smokehouse jerky. Yes. You're in range of this, so you should accept it. And then you should pass it along to here. Now, relative rates. You make 10. You only consume 7. We should have an excess. We're going to want a bridge across there. Eventually, so might as well tell it to make it now, so that we're ahead of that curve. Ta-da! Jerky starts to exist. And jerky existing means then these houses should be happy that they have jerky. Theory. Now, why are you having flower issues? We need one more farm, you say? Well, we can have one more farm here. This place has grown again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It needs an extra job. Yeah, in theory that's now balanced to you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So in theory that should be in excess of what you make now. But you're just having storage issues. What will we have you do? We could start working on the ability to make our own logs, so that we no longer import them. That would mean we need 2 more logging things. One. And in theory, then 2. And in fact, you've got so much stored logs that we could kind of start our lumber thing now. So... lumber mill. There is actually really sweet. It's going to be nice and close to all the timber. No. The heck? No. Oh, ay, ay, ay. Is there an autosave? Okay, rip. That's so silly. Oh well. Hurry up. Re-exist so we can fix you. Okay, let's fix... Ooh, no, we need to wait for that to finish. There we go. Now we can fix you again, right? You are going to be yes to this, but your other thing was going to be, for the moment, logs. And then this should no longer need to be logs. So we can turn it to being nothing. You still have to be cement because we don't make our own cement. And if anything, we could actually set this to be yes to lumber, but we export you now. There we go. Because that is going to be full. Alright. 21 fish. Exporting a massive amount overseas, and then 5 to the 2 other cities. We might actually need to increase our production slightly, we'll see. We do need the 3rd logs, and you've gone up to population 4. In fact, let's make a save. So that should be 10, 20, 30. Which is basically you. We're going to need one more to keep this thing happy. The ancient Roman city of Philadelphia. Yes, we are meant to be colonizing the New World in this, nominally. So, yes. You need one more job. I guess we could learn to do research like we've been told to. You claim you still need a building. Yeah, stuff doesn't seem to have enough storage relative to its ability to consume. How is our wheat consumption? 3 and... 2 flour, and 2 and 3 is 5. But you can't produce that much, so we just need to make a second one. Okay. And that then means we need even more farms. Yeah, but you're having your 6th one there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7. Yeah, you're about to have your 7th. You have 1, 2, 3, and the fishing. It's unfortunate that you are like that. We'll give you a road. There. And I guess that means we should make another road. Seems good. We're making good money. This isn't getting enough logs, even though it's directly next to the 3 logging things, which is insanity. And our research building is done. So now how do we tell it how what is researched? We come in here. Not available in the demo. Currently learning aeropile engineering. Once crafted as a novelty, it is a steam-spun sphere set in motion by heat. Only now do we begin to grasp its true potential, and the greater works it may yet inspire. Then we can learn about irrigation. No longer must we carry the bucket. Now the land drinks on command. And the Ballista Venator. It revolutionizes the hunt. Sure. Look at fresh water in this thing. Can do. Done. That makes you happy. Construct a fountain. Check the resource map range. That was this. Discover a new tech. Construct a fountain. Alright, so the tech is happening. It's just, it takes time. I thought I have changed my overseas imports, but maybe it wants this to be something else. So I guess we work on our own, maybe, cement factory? G'day, Finboy. Welcome, welcome. The Nightmare Before Christmas for PS2. It's definitely a movie. Sure thing. Why not? This is... Like, in theory, these should be fine. It should be 2.3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then altogether the 2.3, the 3.3s make up essentially 7. Which is what this, in theory, eats per week. But in reality, it's just not quite doing it. Even though they have nowhere else that consumes it. I could create a thing up here that is just for the sake of giving these constant amounts of wheat. It would be in range of you. Nowhere's going to be higher than you that we could actually have housing up there, though. So it would need to be, like, there. Or we could just do it in the big open space here. Pure farming supply for these, and then you could get flipped over to something else. Blade Runner? Because it tells an original story. It's a point and click. I think that's on our games to play for senior detectives list. So it might get skipped over for that reason, in that sense. So I think if you check out my GOG list, I might have that. Specifically for that purpose. Rank 2? Now that's gonna be terrible. Surely. Exports look good. There we go. Once crafted as a novelty, blah blah blah, we already saw it. How do we pick the next one? So we can either learn about fired iron, unlocks steel plant, wheat, vineyard and tobacco farms no longer require a river, but gain production speed if placed by one. That sounds really good, because the river can then be people. Or fishing docks and hunting lodges produce faster if placed next to the same. No, other way around. If not placed next to the same. Well, that seems bad. We'll go with the irrigation. It's also on the GBA, Xbox, GameCube, and PC. Yeah, probably the GameCube. The GameCube is generally my preference for those over PS2. If something's available on PS2 and GameCube, unless there's a compelling reason to do the PlayStation version, I'll probably default to the GameCube. So we now do 21 fish. We only have 7 spare. But you claim you're undersupplied. I mean, now that we've got 2 of you, that does make sense. The one that doesn't make sense is you. You should constantly have supply. Maybe I can try and force it to not accept as much. And then these will produce to the correct locations. No, it looks like these are still sending to you and then you to this, instead of these feeding directly into you. The PS2 one scores higher on Metacritic. That's the deal breaker. Well, maybe we leave that alone and we go somewhere else. So cement was the next thing that we kind of wanted to be able to do for ourselves. But I'd also like these to actually do their jobs properly. I think it might be a balance issue with how the demo is at the moment, though. Like, how the game is, rather than that we're doing it poorly. Well, this is water. There's no reason I couldn't create one here. And it could be more wheat to feed this. Sure. And then the idea was maybe to make a fountain like here. Actually, it should probably come across to here. Good. New house exists. Looks like we might need one more tile of aqueduct there. This exists and they now start producing more wheat. No, it may not, because we actually need the water already. Or we need the tech to finish. Rather than producing so much excess fish, do we want to increase our tech rate? Or we could have you do tech for the moment. You know what? Yeah, you can help our tech rate. Double our tech speed. No, I was gonna make the fountain be there, you silly... Grrr. Well, I guess the fountain's not being there anymore. Oh, this uses a population? I didn't realize this uses a population. Then it kinda sucks, if that's true. Can we max out our research? Thank you. Learn about irrigation. Fish can be consumed by farms to boost production speed. Cities no longer gain extra upkeep cost after population 5. Is that why you are having issues? Bless me. Hard to tell. But in any case, we should now be able to do those extra wheat farms here. And yet... No? We were told it shouldn't need it, and yet it seemingly does. What if I go like that? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Fry Heights. Okay, then does that count as enough water for the sake of you doing more wheat farms? Unclear, because you're waiting for a house. Third house finished. Hiding behind the aqueduct. Okay, and then this one can grow up to like 6. Just keep shoving more. Let's build an aqueduct on the other side as well. You cannot have more than one per spring. Okay, that's a limitation I didn't know. Drawing on herbs, steamcraft, and the wisdom of the indigene, water is purified to support a healthier, more productive population. Sure, why not? Or, houses consume resources slower, or, on the other side, if we did the stupid pressurized cannon things, limestone, gold, and other production rates plus 10. Warehouses go from 3 to 5. That is huge. But this gives us tech speed, so we do the tech speed one first, right? Next house is being built. That will become another farm. Do we produce excess fish still? Barely. We only produce 2 excess fish here. Although a little bit of the fish demand is supplied by the other place. This is just stupid. You know what? No more selling of those. Just store them. And maybe we don't deal in the logs, but if I don't deal in the logs, how is... 2 of them reach you. That should be fine. You know what? No more accept. In fact, we're going to disable you. Try and force your logs elsewhere. Okay, we want an extra food here now. Done. You would like jerky, but we've got no hope in hell of producing enough to keep all of these happy. But let's look at you for production of wheat versus the other thing's consumption now. The UI is very small. Yes, Finboy. Frighteningly small. It doesn't help that there was no way to put this into a window. So it's currently operating like this is 4K. Shrunk down to you to whatever you're viewing in. But, it wouldn't let me put it in a window to play it in 1080. So, what was I to do? Produces 3. You produce... 6. Between 6 and 9, you produce 6 to 9, and these consume... in theory, only 6. So in theory... No, you should eat more than that. Look, it should be 4 and 4. Yeah, that's better. More like 8. Good. The real question is, will you now make an extra house? But because this house suddenly decides that it wants jerky that we don't produce adequately, because stuff just doesn't move around well enough, or is consumed too quickly, depending on your perspective, I don't think that's ever going to happen. This might happen, and then maybe we can fix it when we get over here to the, like... This consumes less causes. Hmm. All Tier 1 houses gradually upgrade to Tier 2. Undersupplied Tier 2 still grow. Lower penalty to tax rate for undersupplied Tier 2. And the monasteries improve production speed, you say. So these should have actually slightly extra. And we do, in theory, have excess fish. But it's not like I need the extra wheat, so... Alright. We're happy with that one. Maybe let's go make the one they originally wanted us to make over here. Ah, but we can't start one. Okay, so you can't start multiple on the same map. They have to spread organically. What we could do is say this is no longer fish. Maybe this is now jerky. How do we turn on the fish thing? It's unclear how we turn on the, like, consume extra fish to speed up mode. Extra house started. Okay, then do we come across to... You know what, let's do the one that makes the houses on level 2 happy even if they're unsupplied. You could have more, but what would we even give you more of? Possibly timber? Yes, because timber is being unsupplied, even though in theory it should be perfect. Fine. Right, this in theory should be like 10, 10, 10. 10, 20, 30. Now it definitely should be fine. Lumber, lumber, lumber. You now want an extra thing. Do we give you even more wheat production? You claim that this is excess, but... it really isn't. What if I allowed you to be wheat? Then these should deliver to you, and then you should deliver to there. Oh god, but now these are trying to deliver to there. Okay, what if we do it like that? Will these still try and push to it? Okay, these ones look like they're doing what we would want. These are pushing to you, and then you look like you've begun to push to here. But unfortunately, these look like they're still pushing to the wrong place. These are pushing down. Then maybe we say no to you. Yeah, that looks better. Now they're all sending up the hill. New tech, it says. Houses eat stuff slower. You would need an extra job. What would we even give you? Even more wheat? The trouble is there's no more water. And there's no ability to get more water. Well, actually, there is fresh water up here. We can do it on the high ground. Just ends up looking silly. We now have nothing to do with the spare lumber. This will finish, and then this one should be happy. We might even actually be slightly running out of fish. No, that was going to be another wheat. But whatever, I guess it's got to be a people. Does this at least mean that we're now producing enough flour? Nowhere near. Produces 6, it itself consumes 6. Supposedly, even though I only see 2 high-level houses. Air becomes motion. Motion becomes order. With pressurized elevation systems, our storerooms expand skywards. Warehouses and merchant docks go from 3 to 5 storages. And then you need an extra job. Are we going to do even more wheat? I guess so. Just seems wrong. Like, these are producing more than these consume. yet they're not overflowing. Speed up, 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 up. Fishing docks and hunting lodges produce faster if not placed next to the same building. Fountains provide water to 4 additional tiles. Presumably they mean here, 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 and here, that the fountains gain, like, T-section extra range or cross extra range. That's huge. Tiles gain freshwater access from rivers 1 tile further away. If we have not enough things, we could just increase our tech rate more. There. 2 extra tech rate buildings. We need a little bit more road to go with the new house that's happening. And you claim you want another thing. We've built enough extra stuff that we actually do need an extra fishing dock. We can't really do there. We could do one more here. You claim you want flour, and you are in range of the mills. You claim you want flour and jerky. You are not in range of the flour, nor ever will you be. And the same of the jerky. So I don't know how you evolved in the first place. Let's look at what the rest of the tech tree does. So resources move faster, aqueducts can go a longer distance, and fountains do 4 extra tiles. Logging camps and herbs produce extra. Unlocks steel blood. May make steel from iron and coal. Upgrade transport. Cart to horseless chariot. Flour mill and etc. produce faster. Construction is faster. Overseas exports gain value. Trade ships are faster. Merchant docks and warehouses create trade routes across long distances via air. But these are not in the demo. With rails set across the land, engines carry goods between distant settlements by steam and schedule. Merchant docks and warehouses can create trade routes when connected by rail. Oh, you tricked me. I meant to be doing that one first. Smokehouse, glass blower, etc. produce more. And the aqua motor. Build on a river. Neighboring buildings gain production rate. Removes the hill requirement for flour mills, but only for neighboring ones. So you can now build mills on adjacent to river. With iron valves and measured stonework, springs are mastered at their source. Water bends to design, flowing in more than one course. That is a big one. The unlimited aqueducts per spring would let you produce, what, 3 times, 4 times as much? Or have 4 times as many cities? Okay, we've completed these things. The tutorial is now happy with us. Well, I think we've had enough of this now then. I don't dislike the art. But it needs a whole bunch of balance stuff to do with how the goods move around, the consumption rates, how much the buildings store. And it's a lot more just... Even if it was working nicely, those things, I think it would still end up being just a lot of working out where to put the warehouses so that everything has access to everything. Which feels a little... It feels more tedious than, like, nice city buildery to me. But maybe they tighten it up in time. I do like the theming and the concept. The execution just has left me with something to be desired. Alright. What else did I want to check out? The Nine Kings update. So, Nine Kings has had an update introducing the Ninth King, meaning that they are no longer just 9 kings in name. There are actually 9 kings. We'll be checking out this final king. Boom. Done. Okay. So, new guy is King of Time. King of Time has a bastion. Cast rifts that warp each enemy to the backline once. Rifts deal damage when cast. Warper, summoned melee unit that inherits its stats. Orbiter, a magnetic spellcaster. When an adjacent plot gets an enchantment, it gets it too. Okay. Portal. When this building reaches level 3, your kingdom travels 2 years back in time. Huh? Extremely slow tower. Releases a massive explosion when fully charged. Gives every buff it gains to one adjacent plot. Amplifies one extra plot per level. Throw this into the pit to replace your current hand with copies of your last played card. Okay, so a duplicate. That's nice. Troops gain 1% attack speed per second. Brings plot back 1 level. Ooh. But retains all its current stats and effects. So this lets you hyper-invest in one single square. Presumably then you could make like a farm that is not just produce 3 extra units, but produce dozens of extra units per tick. Let's drop the difficulty back a bit for our first go. I guess we'll level up our home base. Kind of looks more like a shuriken than a portal, but okay. Wizard is fine. It feels like the game is smoother, but maybe that's just subjective. This, and then maybe we make a library for the wizards. They seem like they're wizards, but they do a lot less damage, but they do AoE or linear. They do linear attacks that have piercing, essentially. And yeah, new map. Raptor? No, I'd rather the enchantment thing. Insta-rainbow our hand. Now, let's find out what this 1 year back in time thing is. Okay, so it literally just goes back here once. It gives you more time to do stuff. You had 200 4,000 health paladins that would tank their way through everything. So what does inherit its stats mean? Oh! These make babies. Like they're periodic baby spawners. Well, we had our first death. What does amplify mean? Seemingly nothing. Well, new faction just seems bad. Second death. Womp womp. I wonder if you can spam the profit stuff by going back in time. You have died. Try again. Level up our home base. Keep enhancing our current orbiters. It's kind of terrible. I've built one base up and two of the same thing. This isn't unlocked on your Game Pass version. Womp womp. Mega Minion. Warpers now summon Giga Tankers, and with double damage and double HP. Sure, why not? The trouble is they also do garbage damage. We hated the dragon. No, I'd rather level up our home base. Sword is such a good card for low base damage units. Pure plus number, not percent modifier. Extremely slow tower. Let's find out how good this supposedly hideously slow tower is. It feels like it did literally nothing. It just made a very bright light. What does our home base do? It summons the little shurikens periodically. Yeah, I've got autocast set on, so these little pink shurikens that are happening periodically that do essentially 0 damage. Well, 10. Ah, okay, the hourglass is just a full... It damages literally every enemy on the screen. So it's good against lots of little enemies. But womp womp. No, it doesn't seem good. You can now use the Invoker perk. Well, let's go look at the perks. Warpers summons have bonus health. No. More space. You do that one twice. Yes, so get double on these two. What would I like double of? Double blessing? No. Massive level up limit on our base. Make our base able to level up a bajillion times. That seems strong. So we've spent 3 to gain 6. Which means we can literally have everything. There's only one that I can't have. And I don't care about the banishing one. We can just RNG into that. So I can literally have everything. Let's try again. You did the massive base strength for the building-based one? Okay, hourglass. It's going to be useless on the first one. So yeah, it does a tiny amount of damage, and it also warps them back if they were walking in a line. But apparently it can only do it once. Does more hourglass shoot quicker or do more damage? So it's 20.1. Now it is 25.1. So barely an increase in damage and no increase in charge rate. Wizard? Yeah, we need some more units. 20% of enemies are turned into children with half of their normal stats. Sure, why not? At least the new wizard units do real amounts of damage. 4 times as much damage. Nope. Well, 1 death. The summoner guys. Womp womp number 2. It doesn't feel like they balanced this new. It feels like they just picked some numbers and threw it at it, and they're terrible. Womp womp. Like, I'm not playing on super giga mega difficulty. Enemies attack more slowly? Sure, I'll lose some rerolls for that. I'm actually going to swap these around and slow the enemy's attack speed by 15%. Does it inherit their enchantments? It says they inherit their stats, not their abilities, right? So I don't know that giving them they explode on death is useful. But the Demon Altar seems good with a, with these that summon an unlimited number of minions. The demon should grow and grow and grow. Level 2 Warper. We don't really love any of these. Portals now travel plus 1 year back in time. Oh! Okay, I get what this is. This isn't just... Our castle's attack isn't now just a little crappy attack that also warps the enemy back on the map. It also de-levels them as if they're one level less powerful. But that's not that great. I'd kind of rather double my troops' health, honestly. Throw that away so we can finish leveling up the summoners. So this would work well with, like, the lab rat people that can sacrifice leveled up things to level everything else up. But otherwise, I don't know how we get rid of it if we're this faction. I like the rewind here. We do our Demon Altar, and then next turn we rewind to finish leveling up the Demon Altar. The Blessing of Auto Level Up. In these 3 squares, sure. Max level Demon Altar. Do I want another demon altar? Let's test if the enchantment effects of these effectively apply to what follow. Looks like the answer is no, sadly, because the symmetry effect isn't applying to the summons. Another warper? We don't really mind either of these. Yeah, I guess we'll do the nature one. That one, because the blessing was going to auto-level it up. The same for these two. Actually, we'll take sacrifice because that lets us kill off the clock one later. More of them. The shop has not really anything we're interested in. Maybe the ballista? But that's really it. I mean, maybe like the trapper. Yeah, I'll accept a trapper. And we sacrifice you to level up those ones, then we shove another one of those there. Uh-oh. Womp womp. First time we're hit. At least the trappers were a bit more sensible this time. They actually didn't just sprint forwards and die. far. We can do anywhere it should be adjacent to the cemetery. Yeah, the elves are a bad matchup. Like, we're a good matchup for the elves. Their low fire rate just doesn't work against our summon minions. Our mine layers rush forwards. Yeah, Hourglass is nice now that the fight's taking so long, but only against, again, lots of enemies, not against single targets. All of these seem terrible. Vampirism maybe. Mega Minion on the most upgraded Warper seems sensible. Actually, it's on all of them. More of you. It's so slow. Yeah, even if you had one of the things that increases its fire rate, it would take a very long time to modify up to a decent percent. Like, to modify up to a decent base number with a percent modifier. Oh. Well, second hit. During battle, troops gain 1% attack speed per second. The blessing finally triggers. Level up, level up, level up. Bless you. The elf. More ballistas. Oh. Womp womp. Well, closer. And that was with a pretty good, like, favorable matchup for the first section. Hourologist. No, I want to go see what the new perk is. Hourglasses attack 10% faster. Ballistas suck as enemies for time. They suck for our summoner guys. I don't think I care about our base having 10% more stats. Hourglass being faster is probably better. No, we need an actual unit. You cannot start with no unit. And the tower that takes forever to trigger. Overinvest the money cannon. Or thief. Thief would actually be okay with these guys being a ranged attacker. And that would let us get more space. We don't have any buildings. Discard our current hand. Gain one of every one of our cards. Alright. Flush, kinda. Have 5 cards from the same king in your hand. Achievement unlock. So our home one. I don't know what Amplify is. Finish leveling up the Orbiter. We would like our clock, or our hourglass. I guess technically we can do like you, duplicate you. Why didn't that duplicate the one that we had just played? Whatever, we'll level up the thief with it, even though that wasn't what we intended. Portal, almost done. Main base thing. Still more thieves? Yes, still more thieves. Now, one thing I hadn't thought about with the time rewinding thing is you might be able to get the blessings to trigger multiple times. It's sad watching Ballista waddle up to your base. Yes, they move so slowly. Hourglass. Yeah, here we go. Blessing. Those 3. Hourglass. Uh-oh. At least the enemies are bunched up. Nah. Not good enough. Finish the hourglass. I didn't mean to click that. I was trying to go look at the board, my bad. Oof. Let's assume we get something here that lets us enchant stuff. Here's the ballista waddling up to our base. Like angry turtles. Gonna do it. Second level on you. No. Yes. Maybe. Oh, but we're too poor. Fair enough. Come on, we need our go back in time card. And then we want to sacrifice it with the other thing. No, I think we're dead. Ooh. That was so close. Sure, speed up you, why not? Well, the little demons didn't beat us, but the big demons did. Womp womp. Yeah, the new faction doesn't seem very good. What about the new passive? You warp people back even further? Meh. Probably better than being able to level up the home base some more, though. No, I did not intend for you to be placed at the start. Thank you. What if we only invest in that to begin with? Even more? Seriously? It's year 3. If you don't give me a proper unit, what am I meant to do by that time? Getting the get one of each of your king's cards feels necessary for some starts. No, the paladin probably works well with our summoning people. These can get quicker. It looks like we're summoning them slightly faster than they're killing them. Paladins are a nice tanking unit. The trouble is they are low number. About the only tanking unit I prefer are the reflector guys. Ugh. Summoned ones are stronger. Our summoners can take a free hit for all of that uses. Well, actually lets us tank a ballista shot, so it's not entirely useless here. Our own ballista? Yes, please. These feel like they would do well with the mushroom things that like long fights to generate more crappy little projectile things. Another portal. Doubles the damage of the card in the target plot. That's useless to me at the moment. You can portal. I think they're killing our guys slightly faster than we're generating them. But this ballista fire, I think things will change. Yeah. Gaining a few feet every wave. And moving up like three rows of the tiny little squares. I guess an archer is at least something that deals damage, so it can go in that square. Summoner versus Summoner and little wiggly ball men versus our Ballista instead of the wiggly ball men. I think the Ballista eventually win this, but it looks like it's going to take forever. No, we want the Warper more. Spells man, because we can maybe combine that with the thing that says copy enchantments. The enemy Ballista are doing a bit too good a job. Womp womp. First kill. Final upgrade for our Warpers. Offering is okay. I would like the rewind. I need something to actually offer, though. Sacrifice is slightly useful. So we portal, we rewind to get a archer. Apparently. I don't want to do that until the blessing triggers. So I guess we just start making an extra set of warpers. Oh. Have they fixed... I have no idea what bug or feature he used, Di-Fi Panda, so that's not a question that I can answer. Adrenaline. This game has been broken at various stages. When they first introduced the rat faction was super broken. Like, there's all sorts of breaking this game things. It was a case very often of just breaking it in ways that don't cause it to die from calculations that it has to run. Warlock. Extra tile here. Warlock. Okay, summoners seem to be actually doing pretty well here, at least until we face Ballista again. We put the amplifier here and find out if it actually does something. It's unclear if it's doing anything. Okay, now so much time has passed that the summoners are summoning at a, like, infinite rate. More Warlock is fine. Loophole. Bastion's rifts now warp each enemy to the back line at 1 extra time. The exploit was simple. All you had to do was leave the game and then continue. For some reason, it doubled the various buffs you'd applied to your creatures and structures. Can't say I knew of that one. And that does seem like the best of the ones I'm offered. We'll buy a whole bunch more time, potentially. The thing is, there have been so many patches to this now, and it's changed so much with so many of the patches that it's not really, like, the versions are not at all comparable in a lot of cases. None of those are that useful. I guess the blacksmith is slightly nice. We could give it to the archers. There we go. We got 300% damage on you. Now we go back in time. And we see if we can stack even more damage on the archers. It's the only reason you're excited for EU5. Oh! Oh, it gets rid of the portal as well. I thought we'd have to kill it. Okay, that's slightly better than I thought it was going to be. You. New Royal Decree. Gain 1 gold multiplied by your current year. And that's big money towards the end of the game. Automatically triggers a card loot event. All plots gain 4.321 damage. Gains 2 random card to do with time. The money one is probably better. Well, actually, a single card costs like 30. Yeah, that's not that good. I think the 2 cards is probably stronger. Put down you. Sure, level up that one. Get an extra copy of it, level it up to full. Ooh. The ballista are terrible for us. Womp womp. I do like this little +2, indicating how many times you've rolled back the clock. Still haven't worked out what the amplifier does. Maybe we can... You broke the space-time continuum. This card does nothing. And you literally can't use it. Well, that's freaking useless. This card does nothing. Yeah, maybe the cemetery. The rat towers? The rat towers is probably the best out of those. Sure. Receive 2 cards every fight, but you don't get to choose. I will reluctantly accept. We need a second wave of the third wave of the hourglass. Because the soldiers are ignoring all the rats. There we go. Go. That gives us the warper. Another level of the hourglass. Okay. Blessing has been foreseen. The blessing of, if you have 20 or less gold, multiply it by 9. Sure, we can give you Explode on Death, and the other guy copies it, and then we make more of the copying guys. They're not melee people, so them exploding on death is a little bit less useful. You like the exploding on death on melee people because they're going to be up in people's grill. Whereas if you're in a ranged on range fight, the I explode upon death doesn't really do anything. That, and then rewind and finish leveling up the rat laser beam. No, too little. First death. Spells. More levels of explode upon death. Wizard? We wouldn't mind a wizard. I think there. I guess you're better than nothing. Any of these any use? A warper and a wizard are both useful, and I meant to spend my money for the blessing. And then we re-roll so that we have less than the triggerable blessing amount of money. Level up the wizard. Level up the warper. Guess a second set of warpers. And I don't really love these. But I don't really want more money either. Oh well, sucks to be us. Why do they have the money goats? Level up your base plot by 3 levels. Increase target's movement speed by 200%. I guess that is good because it applies to the minions here. Yeah. And then our base Giga levels. Womp womp. Death 2. Another lab rat cannon. Nothing else is useful. Womp womp. Should not take this many attempts to win with the new faction on this lower difficulty. It's kinda crap. New perk. What is your new perk? Extra movement speed. Sure, I don't need the tower damage. You think you died 3 times with the new guy, Mirage? Because we've easily died 3 times. Do you know what the amplification thing does? I still haven't worked out what that does. It doesn't describe what it does. It's like, here's a new keyword. We're not going to define the new keyword. Thief. Do we have any enchantments to copy? Yeah, we've got this enchantment to copy. So arguably you. You know how you can surround a unit with buffing buildings? You can place the amplifier there and then place the buffing building next to it. The ones that have killed me the most has been the Ballista one. Ballista and, I think, probably Wizard? Reflecty guys. I love the Reflecty guys. They're my favorite tanking unit. On the other hand, we could get one of every card. I should do that. It's so many cards. Okay. You... I did the wrong one. Exclamation mark, idiot. I deserve it. That hurts. Oh well. Give you a level up. Give you a level up. Give you a level up. Level up the thief. Level up you. Put it on the correct one this time. Another attack speed buff. Defender. We need something that just goes out the front and absorbs attacks for a little bit while these things are triggering there. For every second of the fight, they get quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. Is our thief maximally leveled? It is now. Okay, everything is max leveled aside from the reflecty boys. We aren't offered wizard. Start leveling up a new orbiter set. We're hoping for a farm from this guy that we can put next to the reflecty boys. Level up the reflecty boys. None of these is particularly useful. We might be spectacularly rich. I suppose if I take the money enchantment thing, at least it will apply to 2 units. You reroll the final level of Reflecty Boy. So Reflecty Boys are now maxed, as are the second set of I have a magic bouncy ball people. No, from here I think the Reflecty Boys would win. The soldiers would just shoot themselves to death, right? Takes forever. Yeah, they don't have that nice a health yet. It's not like we've put them next to a forest. The critical hit thing for the first attack, for all the use it's going to be. This, because it at least applies to 2 stacks. I actually did get a money trigger. There, a second money trigger. Even more attack speed. Keep stacking the attack speed on these things. Paladin is the most appealing out of those. They're basically a couple of extra reflecty boys. Their reflecty boys beat our reflecty boys. First death. Gigafy the minions. Yeah, the soldiers insta-killing our summoners and ignoring the summoned things is a bit sucky. None of these are particularly useful. There we go. Baby boom on the reflecty boys. Reflecty boys for days. I don't really have space for another unit, but okay. No. GG. 2. 2 out of 3. And 3 out of 3. Failure. Physicist perk. Well, also, half the time, the amplifier is useless because we get nothing to amplify it with. Unless you get Wizard or Blacksmith Man. I mean, I suppose the money person has his one as well, but there's so, like, we haven't, a lot of the time we just haven't been offered it. Anyway, what's the new thing? Start with one extra card. Yeah, get rid of the hourglass thing. Do I want to start with 3 extra cards? That's a pretty big deal. Yeah, 3 extra cards I think is better than the extra 10% enemy attack speed down. Portal. What happens if you're already at year 1? We must do this for science. The backwards King of Time something something final assault? I didn't catch that because I was trying to pass the backwards King of Time. We've broken the game. It thinks it's the final fight already. Oh yeah, that's fair. Well, we've discovered a bug. You think it's an Easter egg? Well, the fact that it says their name backwards suggests it is an Easter egg rather than a bug. If they use it to go to negative time, murder the player. We can do it again. Why is it giving us this rather than units? Give me units. I want to read it again, though. We have broken the time continuum. I mean, in fairness, we did kill the king. It's only his rebellion that lived there. Can we please roll not the portals? Stop giving me triple portal! Wasn't it extra cards? I thought it's extra cards. Let's see. Ah, okay, it is literally Portal, not King of Time card. Okay, I'm misinterpreting that. Can we get an extra card from our set? No. Ugh. Fine, then we'll keep it and just have to re-roll until they actually give me some monsters to play. You have broken everything. You can convert to money. I'm at least allowed part of a portal. Second part of a portal. This should go back to the very start. I want Warper. But first let's do Orbiter, so that when we apply the buff, it gets copied. I can also see a full board of those, and then enchantments being absurd, because it would copy across the whole board. Ballista. Build a defensive wall? No, thank you. We'll take the double number of cards, but you can't choose what they are. You and get copied. More ballista. In 9 years, the blessing of doubling the health of whoever we shove there. I mean, I guess the soldiers then. I don't like buffing my main base, but it's the only reasonable choice. Kind of surprised the second hourglass didn't kill off the little bowman people. Alright. Half the kings you just buff the base to get the card out of the pool. Add damage to adjacent troops. I mean, that's got to go in the middle here, right? Where it does everything. And then we can now use the amplifier. So do I care about the amplifier next to this, or the amplifier next to the thing that I want to get double... like, an extra bonus from the blacksmith? Or does it act like a relay? So, like, you could put... if I put it here, it would relay it to the tower and this square. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like it's a relay. So I actually want it there. Millions of little people? Or... no, not you. You snipe my summoners. The little people aren't great for us either, but... orbital soldier. Nope. Well, you're better than nothing. And then we get some more space. We can shove you in the corner. Maybe the hourglass stacks enough damage to be useful between the relayed blacksmith and the quarry. It's multiple 2% triggers every year. Too slow. Can have one warper and one orbiter. And then we're too poor for the soldier. You're too slow. Portal. Level up the blacksmith. Portal. Okay. Doesn't really matter where we put it. I guess next to you, because you copy stuff. Portal. Adrenaline you. Oh! The ballista wiped out like 60% of stuff with one volley. You and... I don't really care about poison. It's a really crappy effect. I guess we're going to start having some trappers. At least it looks like they're going to accumulate. You think it would be good with my hourglass, because it would literally hit every unit for one poison? The trouble is it attacks so slowly. I like you because it continues the chain of copying. And we bin you. Not level 2 for amp. I don't know what this does when we level it up. Can we tell? No, there's no, like, tell me what you do. Copy across. Boost the soldiers to max. Maybe it applies an extra one? Fine, we'll try and science it out. Yeah, the copying enchantments across all of these is kind of nice. Your support buildings apply an extra time. Or discard our current garbage and gain one of everything. One of everything isn't that useful. No. Keep stacking our blacksmith, I think, is better. More trapper. Ditch the trebuchet. We might get the hourglass up to enough damage that it can just board wipe. Extra health on our soldiers. Invulnerability duplicate across. Ditch the cauldron. Oh, the ballista erase half of our forces. Another half. None of these seem useful. Well, actually the final level, our trapper, is useful. But the rest, not so much. More traps. And yeah, I think the hourglass firing at the start would be a nice change. I agree with that. We can try the amplifier thing. So what does it do on level 2? It just gives extra move speed now? And then another copy of the I can't be hurt thing. It's the money goat people. More plots? I don't think it's more, is it? Amplifies 1 extra plot per level. Huh? Oh, so it's a relay, but it isn't a relay. By default, it doesn't actually increase the area that it affects. It only increases the area that it affects after you've leveled it up. Oh my god. That's going to copy across all of those. Yes. No, it's not an enchantment. Boo! Oh well. Amplifier. No, it does. Look, it applies to all three. Well, maybe it's only applying to all 3 because of... Now it does 2 extra. But I'm pretty sure it's been saying that it's applied to all of them the whole time. So maybe that description is wrong, or maybe it does all of them and then just does one of them 2 extra. I'm rich enough that we can use the level up shrine. And that would actually kind of make it worth killing the blacksmith so that I can get 2 blacksmiths. The enchantment that gets copied. And more trappers. More trappers. Megaify our minions or even more overwork. I kind of like the even more overwork. Especially if we've got a farm now. And everything else gets pitched. Yeah, overwork plus shrine. The shrine is turbo leveling everything. Rapper. Did you? The hourglass is just shy of 100 damage now. So many mines? Yes. Who do I not want to fight? You. I don't want more ballista enemies. I wouldn't mind a second hourglass. And we could regression our stuff. You've never used them successfully. It never feels like the traps really do enough levels. D-level the shrine, but my stuff's already max leveled. I think de-leveling the amplifier is the correct choice. Maybe? No, because these effects are based on level. I don't know how you use this, then. Yeah, I guess another level up is more units. So probably the summoner guy. Yeah, pretty much everything is Giga leveled. The Warper and the Quarry are the only thing that haven't been shrined into the sun. Everything's already leveled, so just pitch stuff for money. Saved up number of mines is getting impressive. None of these. How many more offerings of shops do we have, though? We've only really got one more. Oh, well, we'll just keep storing money. No and no. These bouncy ball men are getting fairly respectable in number and damage. The hourglass didn't even get to go. Everything is getting mulched by the ballistas, even with the 3 and 4 levels of I can't be hurt, which is a bit sad. Do I want even more? Ooh, I do this, and then that will automatically level it up. Travel back in time 3 times in one run. Achievement unlocked. Just look at AoE 2. I think you mean Onager. Hi-Fi Panda. This could let me move something. I could move the shrine. Or I could put the flamethrower here, then move you, and then get a new ballista. Which will instantly get max leveled up. Yeah, you don't want to erase the buffs. Like, you reset the card and you reset the stats. You can go there. You might as well copy across the explode on death. I don't mind some more trappers. Can have an infinite number of mines. Cemetery seems the most likely to be used. Actually, no. Sacrifice would let me kill the shrine, which is no longer useful in the final fight. I've added ballista technology for Romans and people ended up spamming their machine gun scorpions. Still not as strong as Onager. Sorry. Double firing scorpions. Yeah, notice? They're ballista elephants, not onager elephants, because onager elephants would be too strong. Get rid of the flamethrower and the mangler. They did onager ships, though. Attack of all units and towers, or mega minions. Mega minions. Goodbye. I need to keep that one. I guess we can be doing some more quarrying. The hourglass is up to 700 damage. What are they? Teresa die something? The onager ships? Mangler, we'll copy that across to all of them. And I don't know the new Chinese ships. Clone? The raw damage one. I mean, I'm rich, we might as well. The static effect, we might as well. Reroll, we're rich enough. Sacrifice all troops adjacent to the target. Merge them. I mean, these are better than the trappers, that's true. So yes. Poison will apply to everyone. The shield effect will copy to everyone, I think. And then we're out of money. So, let's get this order right first. No, I don't want to do it on you, because then you'll eat these. I don't mind doing it to this ballista and eating those trappers, though. That's fine. Now we give all those guys poison. We give all of them chain lightning. Have one troop with 9 enchantments. Give them all... Okay, the shields thing doesn't work, but it will still apply to the ones that you summon. So the same argument applies there. A new hourglass? Seems kind of crappy. Meh, it'll get upgraded quickly. Throw away you. Yeah. Oh joy, an extra 40 on top of this 1,000. How helpful. Throw away the mangler. Throw away the flamethrower. Well, we might finally get a win. Slow down for the final fight. So, we explode you because you're no longer any use. Do we turn you into an orbiter or an hourglass? Awesome imps. Probably the orbiters. And the rest are no use to us. $2,000 per hourglass hit on you, and then an extra 50. The new wave of summoned minions sprints forth. And the hourglass finally triggers, but it only hit... How did it only do 400 damage when it literally does 2,000 per enemy that it hits? Maybe this takes into account underkilling? So, like, if the enemy only has 10 health left that needs to be done, this probably only counts, 10 or something? Or the boss has damage reduction? Okay, that's another explanation. We finally win. Yeah, so this one feels way too dependent on getting buff things slash enchantment things to stack with it. So if you don't get the other factions that can actually give you that as part of your base sort of base mix, you're kind of screwed. Your troops were doing 1 damage. I mean, you could have only the Reflecty boys and do literally 0 damage. Let's see what the new unlock was. Your troops start with 1 adrenaline stack. So they get quicker the longer the fight goes. Eh. Alright, we didn't really love this new character. I still like Forest and Forest, Wizard, and Knight the best. Don't really love Greed. Blood is a bit more Don't dislike Stone. Didn't really like Progress terribly much. Haven't liked King of Time terribly much. The classic ones are the best as far as I'm concerned. You need to test the portal? If you can rewind time in Year 5 and get the Royal Decree again, it's really strong. Sure, we could have a quick look at that. So you want us to save our portals? Well, I can use 2 of them. It's the 3rd one that we have to avoid doing. And you want us to do it just after the Royal Decree? Reflecty boys. The copy thing. Golems versus soldiers. Don't really love any of these. Guess the executioners. De-level the enemy units. Level our defenders. Did I throw away the portal? I'm an idiot. I don't remember throwing away the portal. We've got 1 year to grab one. You think Rewind killed it? Must have. I don't remember throwing it away. Reroll. Reroll. I can try rewinding. No. Well, we go again. And this time we just don't use a rewind if we get it. So we also don't put the base on the front line. Thank you. I ditch one of these because I can't use it without ruining what we're trying to test. Also summoning the King of Backwards Time and murdering ourselves, but... I think we lose here. Yep. Well, maybe we warp them... I was going to say back to the start line enough. Oh my god. Well then offer me some bleeping units, game. Yeah, the game is trying to stop the test. Orbiter. Alright, we go again. Only offers me 2 units in, what, 12 cards? Okay. Reflecty boys. The summons is actually a nice counter for the Reflecty boys because the summoned units are what suicide against them rather than the primary unit. Okay. So we just got this, and now you want me to go back in time the 2 years and see if it re-triggers. Sure, Rat Ray. Yes, you do get another Royal Decree this way. So it's a basically +1 Royal Decree if you take the start with extra portals in your hand thing. We got our standard ones for our guy. Like, those are our faction ones rather than generic ones. Are there even generic ones? I think they're all faction-based, aren't they? Well, no, there are generic ones like the buildings trigger an extra time. Or the, like, extra rerolls. So there are generic ones, and those ones that we just got offered were all our faction ones. Anyway, science done. Oof. And with that, I think we will say maybe even we are done for the day. Yeah, why not? Alpha is up and around. You're welcome, Mirage. So, we didn't think too much of the demo. It's a bit too slow and fiddly, and the production to consumption rates of the goods feels misbalanced to me. And it looks like it would be very fiddly to make nice big cities. The tech tree seems very small and limited. But maybe they improve it in the future. And I do like the theming, even if I question some of the mechanical execution. Tomorrow is Friday. So we should be doing Final Fantasy Friday, continuing Final Fantasy VII. As painful as it's being, I want to get to the end of it. At least we're on disc 2. So join us for that tomorrow, and then probably after we've tried to stomach our 2 hours of that, it will be back to more serious and formidable Tails racing. For now, peace. Enjoy the last of your Fridays. Well, the last of your Thursdays, sorry. Start of our Fridays soon.